Hello, everyone, and welcome to the broadcast. We're finally back up and running after a bit. Have made some progress on the code offline. We'll cover that in a moment, but welcome, everyone. Welcome, Drew. Welcome, Roz, is it? 10 Roz? Let's check in with the kitties real quick. Most disruptive possible. Oh, but let's see. We have Ember, Sky, and Mason visible. Apparently the ad break on Twitch decided to start now, but we're going to continue. True, you say you got news. What news? Ember's camera is usually reliable as far as there being a cat there. That is not great news. Did you have an industrial accident? Losing that many fingers simultaneously usually falls into that territory. 3 fingers, oof. Yeah, that'd do it. Welding accident would be pretty destructive. Let's see here. So one of the things we were doing last time was getting pseudo JSON, like dictionary-based file loading, and I just didn't like it. It was high maintenance. So instead, prosthetics could help for that. Instead of the pseudo JSON, I did actual JSON after I double-checked some documentation and found I read it wrong. So we can use serialization. And what we're doing to make it more maintainable is this little dude right here, where when we're calling into the JSON deserialization, technically the serialization too, but don't plan on doing that. This is how it interprets what the types are and what their subtypes are. So the master type of all of our JSON objects is iCatalogable. And what we do is we make it so that all of its derived, like its descendants, all of its derived types are listed as derived types as far as JSON is concerned. So we can deserialize them properly. All the bad news today. What's your bad news, Roz? Let's see here. Now, one thing broke in this process because we changed everything from being on-the-fly interpretation of like strings. So we would do a lot of store the text in the object at runtime and parse that at runtime as well. And instead, we're just storing the objects off. Saves us some hassle. Things like behavior groups entirely have their list of behaviors from conception. Loadouts are the same way. Well, it can be that way. You can have something nasty spread through a household, kind of mass sickness kind of stuff. Well, hopefully it works out for you. Let's see, we did this with textures as well. Textures needed special handling since you have to actually load them from file. over the course of this, I found out that some change to my graphics driver messed up VSync as far as Godot is concerned. Even the editor had graphical anomalies. But, so, everything that we're about to see is loaded from JSON, except for, like, the menus and, like, UI layout kind of stuff. So it's all pretty much as it was. We can still do, our movement types. I had a breakpoint in there. We'll come back to why I had a breakpoint in there in just a minute. So we've still got all our fun motions. Well, you do what you got to do, Roz. So you see how the movement of that got real exaggerated. And we can demonstrate it even more in a moment. So I'm going to put a split into 3 here. So it fires 3 of them at once. Neat. It's supposed to do that. Now we're not going to put another 3. I'm going to move this 3 to the right. That's a lot more than 3. I'm going to move that 3 to the right again. That's way more than 3. And again. And again. So what's happening is it's not properly parsing the list of behaviors when it's reconstructing the weapons, and it seems like we're getting things left behind each time. So I've got to figure out where that's wrong. That's what that breakpoint was for. Yeah, it's each time you moved it, instead of it just sliding it to the side, it seems like it duplicated it in the background. So we got to find out where that is, where it's doing that. So come in, we put a 3. So this is a drop event in the inventory. We are going to get our from and our to, which should be... So we have now, we are dragging from the row where the 3 was, and we're putting it into the end row in the weapon row where there is nothing, where this null is. Change the logic so it's not looking for the item in particular. It loads up a particular key. This is a magic string in this case, but it is the empty item. We put that there. Now, I may end up having handling that if it's null, there is a configuration for what it uses for null, but we'll have to see. So now we're going to go into the set. So this is where we're going to update it visually, the inventory UI, but this is where we're setting that particular value. So if we go into our actual inventory list, which is a 2-dimensional array here, now that we've set that, we should have... Interesting, the 0 row should already have it. Oh, no, this is the from. So this is 3. Yeah, okay. We just pulled the 4th item. So here's the source row. Now no longer has it. We step over that. We go back in now. So now we're looking at the first row where the actual weapon is. And our row and column, we have 0 and 1. So it should be going right here. And there. Now we have that item behavior there. And now we update the inventory UI. We build the weapons. And now we have a 3 spread. So we're going to do that again. We're going to slide it to the right. So row 0 and column 1, the second item. And we're moving to row 0, column 2, the third item. So the from and the to. The from should be a thing. Oh, there's our item behavior, and the to is a null. And we're just going to hop along through this and get our results. So the from should be null now. Yeah. And the to will now change into, yep. So we have that item there. So now we're going to go into build entity templates and try to figure out what's going wrong. So first we're clearing them out. We should have no templates anymore. This, we have entity templates, which has been emptied out. We have nothing. Array. So we're going to go into the row. We're going to get the first entity item in the row. That is the weapon. So we're going to check that it's there and that it is an entity item. These are safety nets. There needs to be one for us to do any processing, but we also need it to be an entity. It needs to be a thing. So we cast it to that. And we're going to get the entity out of it. Welcome over onto the Twitch side, guys. We are remaking our gates queue. We are remaking our behavior queue. We could just clear them. We prep the first behavior group. And we're going to process the behaviors in the list. This is going to be first the entity, its base behaviors. And then we're going to proceed into the behavior list. Beverage. So here's where we get the entity's base behaviors. We're building a new group. And then we are replacing the entity base behavior. This is for ungated things that follow the entity. Because again, the base behavior is always in effect. Even if there are gated behaviors that follow it, the base behavior doesn't change. So if you add to it by putting ungated stuff immediately following the entity, that becomes part of that unchanging base behavior. What are you doing? Being a nuisance? What you're doing? Yeah, that's what you're doing. Oh, I know. I'm sorry. Delay by cat. Come here. Come here. She wants attention or she wants mischief, one of those two things. She doesn't really care which. Yawn on my cables. So she gets some intensive snuggle here for a moment. Yeah, okay. Okay, so now we're going to go through everything in the entity behavior list. In case it's there. This should actually be empty. I'm probably going to make sure that this is empty. You should never actually be setting behaviors on the entity, but it's not actually out of the question. There are some projectiles that I've been, bouncing around that might have gated behaviors. We'll see. But we don't right now, so we're skipping it. This would do the same thing, is whenever you have groups in use, it might return a new group in use each time. Well, when we get in here, that's ultimately what's going to be happening, but you get it. So now we're going to go through our inventory columns. We're going to be processing our inventory list. So I think what might be happening is that we have a lingering object, but how we would get that becomes the question. Here's the it's not null. So we should skip it. And it has to be a behavior. So the first one we get should be a null one. I'm sorry, the first one we get should be a null one. The second one we get should be a split into 3. So if we step in here, welcome back. Okay, so the first one, inventory item, is a null. So we're going to skip that one. Then we go again. The second one is now our item behavior. That's our split. It's valid. We cast it. We get the behavior out of it. And this is a new set, so it should not be lingering any time. And we look at our group in use. This is still our base group. We haven't changed which one we're dealing with yet. Wondering about that. Okay, yeah. Because we'll add inside process behaviors, we will add it to the behaviors collection. Oh, okay. It's somewhere in process behaviors because we're not yet into the process behaviors where we're going to hand in the spread. But if we look at the existing behavior group, there's already a spawn spread here. So if I jump over that, now there's 2. There should only be 1. We now know where our problem is. And I think I might have an idea of what's going on. So let's... What are you doing? Cat's flaking out. Okay, we're gonna put a break up here again. So we just processed the weapon again. Skip along, we're going to hop into here once we've moved some things. So I'm going to go and I'm going to get this entity. And I think I know why we've got the problem now. So when we get any entity like this, the catalog exists largely to keep templates. We have an inventory item from a template, and that template contains an entity. I'm about to get it again. Ideally, this is a copy of the template. It's like a blank slate. But if I hop over it, I'm going to look at that inventory item entity. I'm going to look at its entity, and we're going to look at its base behavior. There are 7 things in there. I can tell you there's not 7 things in the yarn ball behavior. Would you look at that? There's 2 spawn spreads here. This is happening because I'm not copying the entity here. I need to copy it. This is an error source. This concept is an error source in our logic. You can never use the reference. You need to duplicate it. Otherwise, you will wreck the template. This item will get broken. So, tab, we unstop. We're now spreading more than we should. So, by default, I can do service. The minimum I can do here is this. I duplicate the entity. I do need to make sure that whenever I'm loading these to the inventory, that I'm loading a copy of an item. So I'll have to check that when we're doing the full loadout there. We build. The build is fine. We start. Single one. Next one is a spread of 3. To the side. Spread of 3. Fixed. Isn't that great? Quickly. Let's get that committed. Now, what this means is that we should do a quick scrub pass of our content here and make sure whenever we are pulling a reference that we're creating a duplicate of it. Same here. Is that we're always saying, give me a copy, give me a copy. I mean, I should probably build that into a lot of the accessors, but that could be a bit of a hassle. Before we get further into that, quick break, and I will be right back. the item, we're going to get its behavior, just like in here, we're going to get a copy of it. We're going to double check in our process behaviors and make sure it's playing correctly. Yep, right here you can see we're doing it correctly. We're copying that gate. Cascading in if it's a behavior group. Otherwise, we are adding a copy of the behavior. This had to be converted over because previously it was a two-dimensional array of strings, and we would fetch that from the catalog each time, which isn't really a problem, but it was unnecessary overhead. Where if we just keep the item locally here, it means we're not having to recreate it each time. We're not having to do all of the duplication logic. Well, we're not having to do the find the string, fetch it, and get a copy. We're just skipping to get a copy. All right. So we should be good here. The next thing I wanted to get into, let's get that extra commit here. Right up in there. Even though it's just me, I still try to make sure that my source control comments and whatnot are descriptive. It keeps us from having issues down the road. I can at least look at and, consider, what was I doing? Let alone which parts can I rip out if there becomes a larger structural issue that I need to roll back. But the next thing we want to do is enemy spawning. And enemy spawning is going to need to be very similar to inventory entity construction. Like, a lot of this logic is going to end up being the same, so I may end up coming up with a way to abstract this. Because what we ultimately have is a list. The columns don't really matter here. What matters is that we're iterating over a list, with the first thing being the entity to manipulate, the subsequent things being the stuff to add to it. So I could set it up so that we have a list of inventory items still, and I could parse it the same way. But the difference here is that we wouldn't have a list of inventory items. There's no reason for them to be inventory items in the case that we're looking at. It would be an entity and then a series of behaviors to append to it. And it's the sum of the build template logic would go into it. But like the cues in behavior logic for the entity, like the construction of these would be the same. Like to this part, it would be the same. Because at this point, we just have entities and behaviors. So I think that's where we can get to the process of it, is we need a list of We need a series of behaviors that we're going to iterate over, because that's what all of this part is getting to, all the way down to here. We're getting to this, make a behavior, and then we pass it in and say, process the behaviors. What is our current collection of gates? What is our current set of behaviors? That kind of thing. So if we were to pass in an entity, that is the one we're working on. We'd have this. And then the base behavior is going to be processed on the entity. Then we'll do the groups. And what we'll also want to do is pass in a list of behaviors that it will use subsequently. So what I could do is actually have this be part of the entity itself. A method on it that is to rebuild the entity itself. But we need to be cautious with this. Because the entity's base behavior could change. But I think that's actually okay. Yeah, because we're going to remake the entity. Like here, we've duplicated the entity that we've got. This entity right here is not the one from the template. It's only going to be used to produce those. So if we were to duplicate, if we were to make a new entity using that, like, we'll just copy it when we're going to fire another one. And if we need to restart and remake it, we make a fresh copy of the entity that's in the item, which is the clean slate one. Okay, so we're going to go into the entity to do this. If you're not following and you have questions, go ahead. If you don't understand what we're doing in general and it's not your thing, that's okay too. Feel free to chat in general. One of the things I like about coding is this sort of logical flow puzzle. This goes here, that goes here, that goes here kind of stuff. Here, you can see some of the JSON markup that we've been putting into it. These are things, anything with an ignore is stuff that gets messed with in the code, but not in the files. Like, we're never going to store or read in the position from a JSON file. And hey, James, welcome. It's good to be back up and running code. Good to see you, folks. So we solved our first problem for the night. We're on to the next restructuring here. We are going to add a function that is not right. One second. But why is... This isn't right. I have a from string here. Not calling this one at all, though. Which makes me think that it's elsewhere. Okay. Quick detour. Shader entity. Go to our shader rules. What I have to find here is when we determine what its mask is. Each of the shader entities should have a collision mask. And that's the entity collision mask. Not peak, go to. One reference to the collision mask, which is only there. Ah, here we go. It's built in, built in. Let's pull you out. Remove a risk of confusion. Okay, okay, okay. Back on target. Rotating it, handling messages, updating physics. What animation is it on? So let's pop that here. Okay, so we know what the entity itself is. You. So we're getting the entity. We have the entity here. We have a list of gates and behaviors that we're going to pass in. So go into process behaviors. We're adding them to the gates. We keep passing along. Where we are properly, yeah, and then we set the gates at the end. So what we can do with the entity is we can clear its gates and behaviors at the beginning of the process. So we're still going to copy it. We're still going to copy it, and we're going to have that entity being the thing that gets called. There. So we initialize, we're setting those. Okay. Clear the gates, behaviors. Not clear. So we're flushing that stuff out. Base behavior still is a thing. We are going to change it over the course of this, though. A list of behavior. So these are the behaviors we are going to add to it. Hey there, Lore. Is that a something cool has happened laugh? Or more of a, and now Igor throw the lever on the death laser laugh? Set that up. Did void process behavior. Group in use, our gates and our behaviors. We don't need to pass the gates and the behaviors in. But this is the thing that we'll be processing on, is the behavior to process here. So, in use. A behavior. Keep trying to Alt-Tab to the next one. This process behavior, because we're only going to mess with the one. Behavior. Come on now. Come on now. Stop Alt-Tabbing. Why are we doing this? This feels needless. Okay, we're recursing in. Let's get all of this stuff in first. Ah, this is why. Okay. So we take our current group, we store it off. This is the group that we are actively using as part of the process. Because we will swap it out each time we need to. So we have encountered a gate. We're going to add the gate to the gates collection. Well, sorry. We're going to get a copy of that gate. We're going to queue it into the gates collection. We're going to start a new group. And we're going to add that to the behaviors the prior one to the I'm sorry, we're going to add the new one to the collection. Ugh. This is interesting in the beginning because the first group is base behavior. It lives in the base behavior object of the entity. Or it is the base behavior object of the entity. So when we're adding to it, we're changing the base behavior, that immutable set of behaviors that while the entity is in flight, kind of thing. So we did not need to pass in gates or behaviors because we are in the entity and we have them. Here. Pass that in. We have the sub-behaviors of the behavior group. Otherwise, we add it to the collection. So if we get a new behavior group, we have to recurse. Recursion is always dangerous, folks. Be careful with recursion. This is safe insofar as you don't have a loop inside the configuration. I could have a safety net on this. So I could have that behavior group will stop parsing after a particular depth, and I think that's a good idea. So initially it doesn't get passed in, but anytime we call into process behavior again, we're going to pass in recursion depth +1. So if we see another behavior group and recursion depth is less than 10. So we'll only go 10 layers deep. Actually, yeah, I think that's still safe. This gives us a bailout if a loop is created, where we'll just stop. We won't add another thing to it. We'll just end there. What this will ultimately mean is if there's a loop in that behavior group, it's never going to get out of it. Well, it will come in pieces because you'll get everything preceding the behavior group within the new one, but it will hit the recursion limit eventually. It's okay to recurse a few times, but actually, let's say should be, so we come in the first time and we recurse in, so we're within, we've got a behavior group to get to this point. It contains a behavior group as one of its elements. Could be the first element. And we dive in. I think we're going to say it needs to be less than 4. It should not be that deep. For the most part, behavior groups should be very shallow. Individual items are generally going to be behavior groups. I want to avoid groups and groups and groups and groups because it gets harder and harder to understand what you're editing in the files after a bit. Because you have to dig through who knows how many. By saying there's a limit of 3 layers of recursion, that would be to begin to start to understand a projectile, a weapon. You might have to open up like 4 files at once just to understand what one piece of it is, which would be kind of messy. One file per different thing that it does would be a start. Maybe 2. Okay. You do it. Well, clearly camera 1 is jammed because Ember's not there right now. Let's check the cameras. I know Ember's not there right now because she's behind my head. Ah, camera 1. Okay, so we've got a fail safe in here. That's good. So the behavior can process itself now. Hooray. Or at least we can start the entity processing itself. So this is, we're getting the entity. We can skip that part. That's, once we get to this point, that's where the entity is going to be taking over. Then we're going to iterate over the list, and we're going to call process behaviors on a copy. I don't want to over copy, but it's better to copy than it is to risk editing a template. So we have added behaviors. First, we're going to call process behaviors on the base behavior to piece it out properly. But okay, this is to flatten it. This flattens the behaviors out. Okay. So first we call process behaviors on the entity itself. Cat's stepping on my mouse. Yes, I know. I know. And we're going to have to iterate over it each time. So group in use starts as a new behavior group, and we pass it in each time, starting with base behavior. All right, let's start with that. Then we go into this. So this is the behavior we're adding to this new group, and then we are going to overwrite the base behavior with this. But we still have the current behavior list. That could be the base behavior still. It probably is. The wrong thing. So then we would process behaviors, which I think is still viable. We don't have any entities that do this yet, but I feel like it's plausible that we would have gated behaviors in that fashion. No, you know what? This is... We are making an assertion here that it has to be within base behaviors. Since we flatten the behaviors, there can be gates within the behavior logic, which changes what base behavior is. What we'd be saying is that the base behavior ceases to be immutable at that point. The way it plays is different. go up and make sure that category, its texture, its base behavior, gates and okay, and behaviors were already being JSON ignored, so okay. Okay, so within the entity, here's our process behaviors. We have processed the base behavior group, and now we're moving on to the added behaviors. So for each, in added behaviors, in use is equal to here on so the group we're editing, the behavior that we're adding. And that is this part here. Look at our entity. I'm going back and forth a lot because I need to be sure about this. Processing the behavior. We're getting a copy of the gate. This is we're iterating on a behavior group. Processing on the behavior group itself and getting a sub-behavior each time. We only care when we get to here where we're copying the behavior in or we're copying the gate. Okay, so I don't need to worry about duplicating the entities yet. All right. So then we're going to go through added behaviors each time. We're going to run through the group. This should create what we've got. Set that, and then we're going to go entity templates.add. So instead, we are going to gut this out almost entirely. Still need that part at the moment. Okay, so we've ripped through all of that. Now we need a list of behavior. New list of behavior. So each of these, we come in, we get a copy of that behavior. We say behaviors to add behavior. Say entity dot build behaviors to add, and then we add that to the template, and as such we no longer need process behaviors within inventory. The entity handles that itself. Did I break it? Bullet working. Bullet's still working. Bullet's working. Okay, now the entity itself handles the build. This is useful in setting up the entity, the enemy creation logic. Because now I can create a concept of an enemy spawn, which is which template entity to use, and then which behaviors to add to it. What that will end up meaning is likely a lot of enemies will have base behaviors that are not movement related. So the blob will not intrinsically seek the player like this. Instead, it will just do the I can run into the player and hurt them thing. And it will be the spawn file entry that tells us that the blob should seek the player. So, starting at time 0, we start spawning blobs once a second, and those blobs will seek the player. And they spawn at the edges. But I could then have, say, at minute 2, a bunch of blobs start spawning at the right edge of the screen and moving to the left. I want to have more of what HoloCure style games accomplish with their enemy spawns. And less of the kind of just generic spawning pattern of things appear at the edge and they swarm you that we get out of most of them. Now, Vampire Survivors has some exceptions with these special events, but those are rarer than we see. I want to have more things like, at this moment, you get a sweep from top to bottom kind of things that you need to dodge. Okay. So we have that. Let's get a quick commit here. Okay. So now we need the concept of an enemy spawner, or enemy spawn entry, or something like that. Here we go. A spawn entry. So we can change this to an entity. Get set on it. Put these get sets here so that the JSON parsing can do it. Add JSON serialization here. We still need to come up with these. And I don't know that this will be the thing that we do. We will probably have a... No, I think we'll still do that. We'll still do that. We need to move this out of it. Class, this will be a spawner item, we are going to put that, all of this stuff. Public partial. And it will extend catalogable. And since it extends iCatalogable, item. We are going to we're going to go through and we're going to rename some stuff in a little bit here. So this is how we'll load it from the file. We'll create a list of them. All right, Dan, thanks for joining us. Okay. This is just how it's running. It will pull in the spawn items so that we can process them. Okay. Hey there, Tass. We fixed the kind of the weapon build. We've moved it into the entity logic so that we can reuse it here in our spawner list logic. We're going to start with continuing to spawn the things outside, like off the edge of the screen for now. But I want to set up how we're going to spawn them. So we have an entity entry, and then we're going to have a list. Behavior. We'll call that behaviors for now. So a spawner entry will have which entity to use, which behaviors to add to it, when to start spawning it, when to stop spawning it, how frequently to spawn it, what pattern to use. These don't exist yet, so that's not a thing yet. And how many of them to spawn at a time. This will be iterative. It won't be like the split into 3 kind of thing. It will be, when a spawn happens, do it this many times. That will mean if they spawn randomly off the screen, X of them will spawn in their own random positions. If I wanted them to spawn in a clump, you would do the split into 3 or something like that. And then how long since the last spawn? That's a thing in operation. We would need to do JSON converter, and that would be catalog name converter for a an entity. Type of. There we go. And this will be very similar. Name list converter for a type of behavior. So what these do is when it is pulling it in, when it's deserializing the file into an object, this will assume that it is a string that represents the identifier of another catalog entity. In the same way, this will take a list of strings and convert them into a list of these things. If they don't exist, it pitches a fit. If the type doesn't match, it pitches a fit. Beverage. Okay. We need the corresponding constructors, both for a copy and for the base one. I don't think I need to actually do this, but I am hard specifying this to make sure. Spawner item. Class A. Let's find this up. iCatalogable to copy. Okay. Let's just say it doesn't equal null. I think it's okay if we have it crash here. That is, if you try to copy a spawner item without a spawner item, I feel like there's a fundamental flaw in my actual code and not in like how people have entered the data. Entity is equal to spawner item.entity, but we want it to be a copy of it. Log. Void initialize. Behaviors. For the purposes of this one, I don't know that we actually need to do that, but I'm not sure how the deserialize will actually happen. I think it will actually supply this list. So this here is a bit redundant, but that doesn't mean I won't have other things in here. Okay. Behavior in spawner item.behaviors. add a copy that behavior. Then our start time, end time, frequency, spawn pattern, and count. So there's our duplicate, there's our base initializer. Okay. We should be set. Now our catalog, we could load this in, and as long as we have a file that lines up with this stuff, we'll be okay. So then in our world state, spawner becomes all right. So then we need, for our world state, we need to handle a message. Let's go into our entity manager. Validate how we're doing this. Okay, we have an explicit update here. And we're going to need a world state, okay, as a public virtual void update. Okay. Oh, we're already doing that. Okay, I'm a step ahead of myself. We iterate over them. Edit that. We're going to go through. We will move spawner items into the active set. And then remove them. So we go through and say, okay, for each of them, we should not do this. No, that's okay. This is okay. Because we're always looking at the first one and we're doing a while loop. Okay. We're still good. We're still good. Remove it, and if we got in here, active list changed. So then we're going to go over the active items. This is a bit... I think we can lump these together. Can we, though? No, I think we need to do them in two waves because we're going to sort them after. So we've already sorted these. We're iterating over it and saying, okay, if the start time of it is less than current time, we're going to add it to active. Okay, we're iterating over active at this point. Okay, no, we're still good. This is anything that should have ended now gets removed from the collection. Then if the active list changed, we sort it. On her item. Entity2 spawn is actually .copy, and it will be entity. So we're getting a duplicate of that entity. Then okay, this is the hack job we're doing to put the entities that spawn off the screen. Okay. Build behaviors. It will be spawner item behaviors. All right, so we're going to create it. We are going to initialize its behaviors. We can do this better. The behaviors in a spawner item won't change. We don't need to rebuild it each time. Once the spawner item has loaded up, once we're done with the initialization, we should be able to just poke it once. So as soon as we have built this, every time we add a spawner item to the world state, we can go through see, this presumes that everything is loaded up already. That doesn't really work. Yeah, when we add a spawner item, we want to update. We're going to create a copy of that spawner item when we get it, and we're going to change the entity inside of it. All right, what I'm thinking on right now is the item definitions tell us when, what, and where to spawn each tick. The spawner item itself can create a copy of the entity once it's done. But we don't want, essentially, I don't want to keep rebuilding it every time. In the same way with the inventory, I only want to rebuild it if it changes. Spawner item entities should never change. Like, I don't have a new one and the behavior list won't change. That's predefined. So I'd either need an after construction or just a method to call on it whenever it's added. So we get one passed. The whole world state, I think, could be loaded from file. Its initial world state. But I don't think we actually need to, because it's going to be the list of spawner items that we've got. And this one is probably going to be one of the few cases where we actually have fully nested objects inside of it. That when I'm loading a spawner item, I'm actually loading, like, there'll be a spawner list, I guess, and we'll load it containing object references inside of it instead of strings. So the list will actually define each spawner item. They won't have their own files because they don't really need to exist independently. Could they? Yes. But I don't think they really do. Because I'd prefer to have each level be very different. Let's eyeball this a little closer here. We could have a when you're ready kind of thing. So what if we have public bool delta. Ready. All right. So we add delta since the time since last spawn. If time since last spawn is greater than or equal to frequency, ready is equal to true. And spawn. This whole thing can invoke all of this stuff. Its spawn pattern, all of that can be handled inside here with this. This is a first time spawn. We need to, those are assumed, but we're going to explicitly set them as part of that. I duplicate those. No, we'll leave that be. If I make a new spawner, it's not like an entity copy where I want some, or a behavior copy where I want to make sure if a entity has already split into 3 based on a behavior, that behavior doesn't refresh and allow the entity to split again immediately. Services, catalog, copy. We duplicate the entity to make sure that we're not messing with the template of that entity. We're going to say entity dot build behaviors, and we're going to pass in behaviors to it. Yeah, not entity paired. Spawn preparation. Return entity. This is catalog copy. So that we don't mess up our internal template. This tries to account for extra time. So if we're spawning, if time is moving in slices that don't line up with the frequency, we can get some accounting for that. This will only happen once each update, but you can have moments where it partially goes through. So, it's one update wasn't enough, second update was enough, but there was leftover, then the third update was enough. It will get closer to the frequency that we actually want. Okay, so we now have the concept of a spawner item. Again, spawner items do have a full JSON definition within them that includes references. So the entity would be by a string, the behaviors would be a list of strings representing the behavior IDs. But we then want another class, which is going to be a not the best name for it. it is a catalogable as well. It has that, which is its JSON constructor. It's a public spawner item list, and it will accept a iCatalogable to copy. And if copy does not equal null. Once again, this is why AI code creation is a terrible idea. Why? Why at all? And I don't mean... I don't do this in my code anywhere. And why would I pass the string 2 into the null argument exception for this particular case? Let alone it's in does not equal null. Okay, this is actually going to be parsed as a list of spawner items. You do not pass identifiers into this. Items is equal to new list of spawner item, and we're going to both of these we initialize and initialize. Base to get the catalog item, base to get the catalog item. For each spawner item in to spawner item list copy spawner items. It is spawner item list dot add spawner items. It needs to be services catalog copy of that item. Okay, so there's our copy constructor. There is our base constructor. We create the list. So then we can have spawner item lists in there, and all they really are is this. With the setup to do it accordingly. I'm doing it this way so that I can actually have that full thing there in logic to handle it. Now, instead, I could just have it deserialize it as an array in and of itself. But by doing it this way, this can be entered into the catalog as an item, and I can fetch it later. Okay. And then with world state, when we initially create it, we'll feed it its corresponding spawner item list. Like, we will give it to it in the initialization based on which level we're loading. Okay, quick break, and then we're back to this. Be right back. And we're back. Get up and move around a bit. Mason is always waiting around when I do that. He'll trot over to the play area when I get up, and when I come back, he'll be waiting there as well. He cries for attention. Despite being the second biggest cat, he's still one of the least vocal and least insistent. At least as far as like personality, he's the least forward. But okay, so we have a spawner item list for our world state. And I think all world states should expect a spawner item list so that we can actually supply that. So then when we update in our base world state, we're going to go through Xander item list. Okay, so we don't need spawner items anymore. We're going to go through we'll go through like that. This is messing with the core spawner list. I could just have a getter setter on this. Or just a setter. Yeah. Okay. This is a set only. Got spawner items. Spawner items. Spawner items. Add spawner item. There. When we add this, all it's going to do is extract its spawner item list. And we will do services.catalog copy spawner item. There's definitely some redundancy there, but okay, so now we're not going to be messing with its time since last spawn. We are going to say if spawner item not ready to spawn delta take this inside the spawner item. Because this way it can handle the positioning and everything here. It doesn't need to return. Spawn entity spawn services copy the entity, because we don't want to mess with our internal template at the moment. That puts it in that position. We don't have that yet, so we need to add this. We could lump these together and just say spawn each time, and they could do nothing if they don't need to. So we could have this check up front, and we then don't need to ask we don't need the world state to know anything about spawner items. Yeah, let's change that. Okay, so if we're told to spawn, we're gonna pass in the delta. We'll do all of our checks. We set the frequency. We're gonna move this here because so we get the play. We have random, we have player, we have to spawn, to player position. Okay. We get the player position once. Then I is equal to 0, I is less than spawn count. Wrap all of this up. Okay. So now we don't need ready to spawn. If we don't want things to spawn, then we don't spawn them. Like, we don't do the thing. As in, we don't do this. Now, this is something that we're probably going to change here. It's a node, but we don't want it to run on update. We want it to run on our own time slice. So if we look at Entity Manager, we should do the same thing to it. Now this is entity manager.update. That's okay. We don't want node update, which would be physics process. Okay, we're still in the clear. We're still in the clear. This could be abstract to force it. It extends node so we can put it in a resource. Okay. We're getting there. Do a cat check. There's her spot. Sky is on the table to the side, and I think that's Sherbet, actually. Yeah, that's Sherbet on the bed. And then Sammy on the bed, too. Oh, yeah. And Sky's eyes should be clear now. He had another full week, I think fully a week plus of the eye drops. She is. Ember really is kind of the princess. Okay. Spawn each time, and it's only when we call update. And let's get our startup resource here. We have a world state already. And now let's actually open up Godot then. Fluff ball. This guy needs some scratches. For those that haven't seen the pet photo board on the Discord, seamless plug, I have a Discord with a pet photo board. Sky always has his eyes fully dilated. I don't think I've ever really noticed when he's in narrow-eyed lock-on mode, you know? He is on his side right now, head tilted looking at me. Get some more ear scratches. Okay. So yeah, that's what we're looking at. Startup resource. Scene, world state. Base world state. Okay, base world state is in there. So now we're going to go into our data files, and we are going to have we're going to call them levels. Text document. We'll call it level 01 for the time being. We have an object. It is going to be a spawner item list where the only element here is a list of spawner items. So we should be able to say Then these are a list of spawner items, so we should know what those look like by looking here. We'll have an entity and behaviors. Entity is a string representing an ID. And then behaviors is another array. Means those, comma. Hey, buddy. As I did not receive enough attention, it's lap time. If he comes to sit on my lap, he needs intensive back scratches, or else he will crawl up my chest and headbutt me. It's very sweet. While I'm back scratching, we are, let's see, less than 2 weeks from Monster Hunter Wilds. About a week and a half, rounded up. Rounded up a day. He's a good boy. And then that will enter our streaming rotation. Looking at the specs of Monster Hunter Wilds, though, I may be looking at a PC upgrade. It's not like mine can't run it, but the benchmark showed me that there are going to be times when I drop to like 30 frames a second, not infrequently, and I don't want that. Unfortunately, I am kind of reaching the limit of viable upgrades for this PC. I do have some flexibility as far as graphics card for the gaming computer, for the main computer. I do currently need to keep the streaming computer on NVIDIA cards because NVIDIA's chipset and software is better. At least for things like the encoding and such. There are good codecs, and there are upcoming features that if YouTube and Twitch adopt them, will make streaming a lot easier. I think it's like AV1 format or something like that. It is like 50% more efficient, 75% more efficient in that. Well, hello, Bun. Are you referring to Amazing Digital Circus's Kinger? Is there a new episode out? Yes, it's referring to Digital Circus, and or yes, it's referring to a new episode. As a new episode, I gotta watch that. Yeah, I'll talk to you about it offline, Tess. It shouldn't be too much, but we're probably talking motherboard level, so... Ah. Kinger's a fun character. I'm enjoying the characterization in there. I am concerned that they're going to play the "it was purgatory all along" card. Writers need to stop that. They really do. Let's see. Start time is a double, so we can just say we're going to put a 5 in there. 5 a second. Frequency. Frequency is how often. I'm going to say 0.5 here. These are arbitrary for now. And we're going to say spawn 3 of them at a time. I want it to be very emphatic that it's happening for those 5 seconds. Okay, we need to identify what our enemy is. We'll duplicate that tab, up one, entities, enemy nanoblob. I acknowledge you, sir. I do. We are going to leave this as empty. I want to see what happens. So then, in our catalog, this happened offline during the serialization logic, but as might be apparent, there is no longer the concept of individual types. It's, you need to ask for the right thing. If you don't ask for the right thing, it doesn't like it. Come on, camera one, behave. What's your video, what's the general script of your video there, Bun? Get rid of those. Get directory, file contents. It is levels path. Like that. Now we have our spawner item list for this. So then in our game, create it, we add a child that is the world state. We load the player. Okay, prepare game services. Our pre-existing nodes. I do need to look at the memory consumption of this. Yeah, we'll have to we'll double check all of this. Item list is equal to. Wait a minute. Okay. No, we'll have an exposed set. By default, it does nothing. We'll override it. Game again. It will be set. Spawner item list. Catalog. Technically should be assumed based on get spawner item list, but whatever. Did I break it? I broke it. Where did I do that? It's a place where I'm initializing. The thing I'm puzzled by here is there has to be a place where I'm initializing the list to have its types. That is right here. Oh. I know what I did. Doop-de-doo. There we go. No, I did need these. These need to be there. Spawner item list. Be fine. Step through our base catalog and see where it's exploding. It has to be on the new one. No? It's got a JSON constructor attribute. that has a JSON constructor attribute. And that has a JSON constructor attribute. Everything is lined up. Oh. Do-do-do. A limitation of the system. iCatalogable is a class. What I was missing was the type marker in the JSON. Because of that, it doesn't know what it is. Initialize the variables. Should start getting a lot of blobs, but we're not. Updating them. Let's find out. Okay. Time is 5. Some basic debugging. Basic debugging. Current time is plus equals delta. Okay. We're going to add the first one and remove that. So we're going to look at our spawners now. Active spawner has an item. Spawner items no longer does. Active list changed. Okay. And we're going to look at spawner item. We want to see if we get in here. We did. Our entity has a base behavior, 4 things. Okay, blobs should be appearing, but I'm not seeing entity count going up. Yep. Let's do a cat cam check for a moment here. All kitties accounted for, though you can't see Amber because she is on my shoulder, demanding attention. Beginning to spawn them. Oh, let's fix this though. Every time this was firing, we were moving the same entity around. Make sure it actually compiles that code. Nope. Hey there, Diminished. Good to see you. Okay, we're still not actually adding enemies. It's odd. How are we not getting here? All right, Diminished. Spawn. It's very odd. Okay. It's in the list now. Okay. We could put this further up. We don't need to create a new random object each time. Get our player entity, which we have. Player position should be 0, 0 because I haven't moved. Spawn count is 0. That's not right. That's not right at all. Spawn count should be 3. It should always be 3. And we never change it. 0. The entity is the blob. It has 0. JSON deserialization should set it to 3. Count 0. Misspelled. Oh. But other values are coming through, so there's something about this that isn't working. Hey there, Sentai. Welcome. How is that coming through as 0? Everything else is coming in right. Including, like, the entity and what have you. What about it is different? Public double show it, so it should be getting deserialized properly. Let's go into the actual catalog logic where we are loading it. Files, actually. How are you doing, Sentai? one spawner item list that results from that. We get the value. That has one list. It's a spawner item which has no spawn count. But the other numbers can come through just fine. Puzzling. What is wrong with this? This should reject it because trailing commas isn't turned on. Yeah. Which prevented this from deserializing, which it doesn't like. Just for experiment's sake. Seconds. Nope. It's not. Oh. Should still be an int. Can you see the problem? It's subtle. It is not the order of them. This isn't a property, it's a member variable. Now, I could put JSON include above it and force it. But by default, the logic only targets properties. Here they come. Wipe all of these out after this point. There are no more are spawning. That was the entirety of them. But then I can go in and add another entry, which is starting at 10 seconds and let's say indefinitely after. We are going to spawn them even faster, one at a time, but we're going to add a behavior here. And it will be we're going to say movement speed up. So 3 blobs at a time, spawning in a general circle around the player. But you can see now there's a bunch of them that are moving fast. Like, comparatively very quickly. They are still on the player. Alright, let's commit that. Yeah. Instead of speeding up, let's do rotate in. We are in the let's just mess around with things stage. Now see how the blobs are whirling in. Is something not quite right here? But yeah, now we've got it set up so that we have control over when and how the entities spawn. The next thing that I want to be looking at is how they spawn. And this will apply to the bullets as well. We need a marker of when this entity is spawned, how do we do it? And I think we're going to have to put that on. It's going to need a whole new code object. And it's also going to need it's going to need to be applied to the entity behaviors, and it will need to be applied in the spawner item, so that when we create it, instead of hard-coded spawn an enemy around the player and spawn the weapons on the player, it will look at that and say, okay, when I spawn these, give me a position based on this. The first one will be on the player, because that's super easy. The second one will be in the circle around the player. But then I want things like right of the screen, top of the screen, that kind of thing. Which, again, are actually kind of easy. But it's just getting that laid out. All right, though. Quick break, and then we're going to continue. I feel like running a little bit further tonight. And we're back. One thing that should be apparent here is there are no enemies spawning because 200 seconds have passed. Yeah. On target enemy, yeah, that would be another good one. Another aspect would be delayed spawns. But I think that should just be a frequency thing. Yeah, okay. Okay. So one thing we can do with weapon items would be to change them to spawner item lists. Because then it could follow the same pattern. Instead of just supplying an entity, we have a list of, like, it contains a spawner item, which encapsulates everything about an entity that we already need, and can create accordingly. Here are bonus behaviors to apply to it. Here's a spawn point, that kind of thing. We'll visit that a little later. That's a refactor I don't need to do tonight. All right. So it's not really a behavior, but I think it should be under entity. Let's add a folder for it. Call it spawn point. And we'll make the base class partial. And extends iCatalogable. We will be reusing these. iCatalogable, copy, base to copy. This also needs a base off of it. This is the JSON constructor. Okay. Let's Godot get spawn point position. By default, it does nothing. It returns 0, 0. Now, there is a potential for some confusing overlap because we have spawners, spawner items. I don't like that. We're gonna change these, which will ripple here. It's our multipliers, and we need to go into our code accordingly. Go into multiplier to stay on target here. Take that up, though, and go into items. Sure, I didn't break that. Yeah, I forgot. Multiplier. Multiplier. I changed its name. I changed its name, so all of the multipliers have to have their multipliers spread. Otherwise, it won't recognize what it is, and it'll pitch a fit. Okay. Let's get that committed. Okay, back to the spawn point concept. Close other tabs. So now we have public partial spawn points. Player calls base is the JSON constructor. Player catalog copy. No. Actually do nothing with this. This one is super simple. Just use entity here. position. So there's our player position. Here's a round player. We're going to get most of this stuff, just copy it. Spawn point. And for this, we're going to go into our spawner item. Where we are hard coding this. So we have the player position. Wise. Don't need to initialize it. We have that. Okay, we now have random. We return the position. We now have spawn around the player. Otherwise, it'll spawn around 0. It gets confused. The player will technically always exist. All right, let's get those into the base catalog. So we need to go to our data folder. Spawn points, and we can have you can specify what the type indicator is. How it's constructed, what this text is. Like, I could change it. It doesn't have to be $sign type. It needs no other variables. It needs to be before items and levels. files. Run that. Double check. Loggables, and we're looking for spawn point. Did not load anything. In get files, there is a file. That's why. Spawn point. If it's not a spawn point, it won't load it. Sorry. In that case, it was looking for inventory items and was thus skipping them. None, and now there's one. Okay. Good, looking good. Spawner items are going to go up to spawn pattern. Spawn point. You are a spawn point. As what's the matter, Mason? What are you crying about, huh? Yeah, such a dainty meow. Murder, which is a type of name converter spawn point. So it's expecting a spawn point name here. Folder again, it's data. Levels. Point. There. Okay, we get that, and then in our spawner item. One moment, please. Mason has gotten antsy and has pulled a box off of a shelf. So I have little storage boxes in, you know, your bog standard IKEA grid shelf. It's on its side, it's a low shelf. And Mason will occasionally try to get into them. And his method of getting into them is to put his forepaws on the edge and try to crane his head in. And that often results in him pulling the whole thing off the shelf. Or getting very close to. So in here, our position is going to be spawn point dot get spawn position. Okay. And after 5 seconds, we should see the blobs actually spawning like they always did. But we don't, because the spawn point is null. Why is the spawn point null? It is called spawn around player, right? File is spawn around player, type is spawn around player. Catalog name converter, and we should have spawn points in there. Back into our base catalog, we're going to get directory file contents of spawn point. And once we get there, we're going to put another breakpoint in the type converter there. JSON code catalog name converter. Is of type string. We read it, we get the catalog name. Wait a minute. Icon blank. Oh. No, it's still wrong. What's going on? Again, our solution explorer, our catalog name converter, JSON constructor here. Texture wrapper again. Hello, B. We shouldn't be in texture wrapper, though. There's nothing about this that should be triggering that. implies that we're skipping right by that. Oh. No, that should still work. So we have a JSON constructor, it's catalogable. It's a spawn point, but I shouldn't need to specify spawn point. Is it the wrong type? Should be the right type. That's a spawner item list. File name. Spaces for consistency, but shouldn't really be the problem. Oh, that's why. I was putting the type name in there, but it's the catalog name, which is going to be different. It's going to match the file in the catalog. Seconds, spawning begins, but it's still null. Let's look at our spawn points. In catalogable. For those that are new to the channel, we are making a game in Godot Engine 4. We're using C# as the coding language. And it is going to be a Vampire Survivor style game. We're doing a bit of a mashup with concepts like Noida, modular weaponry, where the power-ups are little adjustments to the weapons instead of linear stat and behavior upgrades. Value, it is a spawn around player. And we're going to hop along to spawner item list. And in this one, we are loading that. We are going to have two spawn by names, or catalog name converter traits. So the first one is the entity, and the it did not grab it. Because it's not a property. Same problem we had before. I could put JSON include there, but it needs to be a property or it won't deserialize it. Here we go again. 5 seconds in, they start spawning. All right, we have spawn points as a concept. Good. Which means we can put those into items. But if we put them into items... No, spawner list items don't have to have extra behaviors. So I don't need to specify that. I could just put the spawner list item hard-coded into each file, specifying what the entity we're spawning is, any extra behaviors in a spawn point. But that still makes me want to set them up as loaded items. Like hard scripted ones. Well, file scripted ones. Which will change the structure of the spawner item list, because it would be a list of strings representing the things to do, which isn't the end of the world because it could be more visually clear what you're doing. Because I could have, blobs from the right as a spawner item. Okay. Yeah. Okay, let's do that. Weapon spawner items and enemy spawner items. Now, it doesn't have extra behaviors added to it. We're going to use the fundamental behaviors of the yarn ball. This is a weapon spawner. Let's actually... The prefix is bullet. Bullet spawner. Change this to bullet. We could just lump them all together given that. Simplify, simplify. So we'll have files specifying an enemy type and a behavior. That does give us some reusability. Like Vampire Survivors has Swarm of Bats converging and Swarm of Bats flying across in multiple different places, so it doesn't hurt to have it specified. So we can just take this, put that there. We're set for that. Tab it back over. Also take that into the yarn ball. which it doesn't care about these, start time and end time. It doesn't care about that. This creates burst fire for us, and it is something that we might be able to utilize. If during it there is a way to apply a modifier that changes the frequency of the spawner item that does it. Sorry, things like spawn count or frequency, or a second stage frequency. That kind of stuff. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, we need spawn on player as a spawner type. We'll need levels open as well, so we'll duplicate that. On player. Spawn on player type, and then when we're referencing it, we'll have spaces. Okay. Spawn on the player. Just going to put 1, and it's going to be every second. And we're going to have bullet yarn ball. Spawner item type. Spawner bullet yarn ball. It can't just be yarn ball because bullet yarn ball, because that is already something in the catalog. Could we separate them out? Yes, we could, but I want to be cautious of doing that. It creates potentially confusion in the files. Like, I definitely want the actual, like, CS code to be differentiated, and it does keep things a little bit together. Okay, and then in our levels, level 1 here, this is going to be, we'll call this for now. Now become a string list, which will be enemy blob around player. And in the spawner item list, we go in here, and this needs a JSON converter of catalog name list converter of spawner item. And now it totally won't break. But it did because I don't have the file in there properly. Because we need a listing here. Type of spawner item list. And then we need to actually load it. In data spawner items. item. Loading them. And verify here. Items. Plural. Spawner items need to happen after entity. Yeah. Check the files. That's bullet spawner. Change the wrong thing. Change the entities, not the, I do need to update that, but try that again. Enemy blob. Oh. Then in our levels, in level 1, enemy blob around player. All right. We now have spawner items loaded in, and that means we can convert behavior items into spawner items. Well, to convert them to hold them, so that when we are constructing them, we have all the data we need there for how frequently to spawn them. That might be a bigger undertaking than I want to start tonight. Let's double check here. What's the matter, buddy? You're very needy tonight, sir. There's still food in the dish. Normally don't act like Scotty, so. Alright, let's see here. We have entity templates. but that's not the entirety of what we want. Spawner item will handle that for us. Okay, yeah, this is a bigger undertaking because the extra items, the extra behaviors aren't in the spawner item by default. So we would need to make a copy of each spawner item and feed it the extra behaviors before we call spawn on it the first time. It's actually not that much different. We would still need list. It would be an inventory item for entity. That spawner item, just so. So we can add the spawner item into here, and we can start the cutover process where instead of relying on the entity, we will get the spawner item. We will make a duplicate of it. We should already have a duplicate by the time it gets to us. Okay, so then in our base inventory, we still have entity templates, that's fine. It's the inventory list that we're interested in. Building entity templates. We get the inventory item. We want it to be an inventory item entity. If it is, make a copy of that inventory item so we don't mess with the one that we're saving. We don't actually want to copy it here. We've got the one here, and this is one that we actually want to mess with. Okay. We do need new ones, though. So we're gonna... So we have entity templates. Okay, we now have a collection of spawner items. Let's see. We are going to generate this list of spawner items each time. There's going to be some duplicate stuff here. So we have an inventory item. spawner item equal to inventory item entity spawner item, and this will be a services catalog copy of that item. Spawner item dot behaviors add. Let's get into our items. Item is yarn ball. And then in the logic here, so we're still building the entity templates, but we now have a spawner item list as well. So we add the spawner item at the end here. Then in our update, for each spawner item, in spawner items, we're still doing all of the other footwork here, so I don't have to rip it all out, but we're going to give this a go. Spawner item is null. Okay, let's look at inventory item entity has a spawner item in the get set. Why is it coming through null? We're going to look at our JSON converters here. Texture, behavior. Okay, we have a spawner item coming through here. We have a catalogable. Found it. item. Services. Item. Spawner item. We weren't doing a copy of it. Splitter. Take off the splitter. Yeah. All right, let's... This is our behaviors to add. We aren't prepping the entity at all here anymore. Still call it build entity templates. Gotta check that. We shouldn't be referencing that kind of thing anywhere. Should finish the conversion out here. Nice. Okay, so now I didn't actually need to go out of it that way. So in spawner yarn ball, we have spawn on player. But what if we spawn around player? And we are going to make it spiral out and give us a bunch of them. You can just see a yarn ball up there. Yeah. I should be able to just change the file here, and when the catalog loads... Nope. That's right, I only load the catalog once. All right. All right. We have made progress tonight, folks. We fixed our inventory weapon generation very quickly. We've got enemy spawning built in now, and we were able to extend. Well, we got the spawning list. We have where they spawn. We extended that spawning behavior to the bullets to make it so that we can more easily control the generation of them. Like, the logic for that was pared down quite a bit in several places, both by consolidating the bullet alterations, the entity alterations, flattening the behavior chain out into the entity itself, and then porting that into a spawner item. Now, we do have some real convolution in our naming conventions for the files. I don't like that much, but it is what it is for now. But lots of progress, lots of progress. Since we can generate levels and we can generate weapons relatively easily, we are actually at what I would consider alpha stage at this point. There is a sort of game here. The player can be spawned, the player can take damage, weapons are loaded in, and there is the ability for us to set up a list of enemies with their behaviors to appear. Is there a lot of ways to go still? Yes. We do need level visuals, like the layout of the level, how it is generated so that there is stuff to look at. We still need how weapons and power-ups are added to the player with associated visuals like a choice mechanic. We need level selection, we need player selection, we need other players, that kind of thing. But yeah, progress is made. Well, I hope everybody had fun watching with us tonight. If you like what you saw and would like to see more, remember to like, follow, subscribe, comment. All that good stuff helps the channel grow. But with all that said, I hope the rest of your day is good, and I will see you next time. Hopefully it's way sooner than it has been lately.